Ράσος πικραντικός διαδήλωσης.
Αδύνατον εστί!
το άδικο λεστή χρήμα τον πρώτερο μήνα, που αυτής πατήρεται νύχτα.
Πού άρχεστε ο άνθρωπε?
Greetings, my friend. Welcome to Arcadia, home of shepherds, sheep, and manure. I recently made an offer to buy some nearby farmland. Unfortunately, the owner refused, based on completely unsubstantiated rumors that I once burned down 3 farms in Kos. Can you believe it? I've never burned down a farm in my life. I may have once paid someone else to do so, but I assure you, my reasons were entirely acceptable and in the best interest of everyone involved. Arcadia was well known for its sublime natural vistas. Farmers and shepherds were seduced by its beauty, and it's easy to see why. I have to leave for now, but I'll meet you again when you finish your visit. Until then, my friend!
Grain was a staple of the Greek diet, to the point where Homer referred to his compatriots as mortal eaters of bread. Grain farming was a meticulous process. Due to dry summers, artificial irrigation was impossible, so farmers had to rely on rainfall to water their crops. This gave them very narrow windows for sowing and harvesting. On a farm of this size, only half of the field would be planted every year, while the other half would lie fallow to avoid exhausting the soil. According to the poet Hesiod, the best time to sow grain was in autumn, and the best time to harvest it was in May. Fortunately, if farmers missed their opportunity, they also had a chance to plant millet in the spring. Before planting in a field, the land needed to be plowed a total of 3 times. Once in the spring to remove weeds, again in the summer to aerate the soil, and a final time in the winter to plant the seeds in the moist earth. The plow was pulled by 2 oxen, while the sowing of seeds was done by hand. After the seeds were planted, a boy turned the soil with a hoe to protect them from hungry birds. Once the sowing was finished, the farmers waited for winter rains to irrigate the field. They also prayed to the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, and her daughter Persephone, in the hopes of being favored with a bountiful harvest come springtime. Grain was harvested in the spring using a curved knife called a sickle. With their backs to the wind, the reapers cut the plant stalks and left the sheaves behind before moving through the rest of the crop. Once the harvest was mowed, the sheaves were brought to the threshing floor. Animal husbandry was an important part of Greek agriculture. Farmers usually kept cattle, donkeys, sheep, goats, pigs, dogs, geese, and chickens. The animals mostly fed in pastures, but could also eat some of the farm's harvested grain, as well as damaged fruit and residue from olive oil and wine production. Livestock had several purposes. Their manure was used to fertilize the fields, and their grazing helped remove weeds. Arcadia was a mountainous region believed to be the home of the god Pan, so farmers were more likely to keep sheep and goats than cattle. Most farming tools were simple, handmade implements made of wood and occasionally tipped with iron. The most complicated tool was the plough, which was made up of several parts, including a beam, a drawbar, and a yoke. A two-pronged hoe, meanwhile, was used for tilling soil, and farmers also had tools for digging and weeding. After the sheaves were harvested, workers brought them to the threshing floor to extract the grain. Oxen or donkeys were hitched to a post in the center of the floor and guided around it, while workers threw sheaves under their hooves. The animals, stomping, forced the grain kernels out of their casings. Afterwards, the kernels were collected for the winnowing process. Winnowing helped separate the heavier grain seeds from the chaff. It began with using a wooden shovel to toss the grain. While in the air, the wind blew away the lighter chaff, leaving only the heavier grain. To remove the remaining chaff, the grain was tossed in a wooden basket called a lignon, which filtered the grain until only clean kernels remained. Barley, which was used to make flour, was different from other types of grain. Threshing was not enough to separate the barley from its husk, so instead, it was roasted in a specialized tool called a frigatron. After the barley was roasted, it was pounded with a mortar and pestle. The pounded grain was then ground into a meal using either a hand mill or a hopper mill. Grinding was boring work, so workers often lightened the mood with a mill song. Once the barley was completely ground, it was sieved using a wicker basket called a koskinon, making it ready for use. Grain storage areas needed to be dark, dry, cool, contained, and well ventilated to prevent the grain from spoiling. According to Hesiod, the preferred method of storing grain was in a pithos, the same container as Pandora's mythological box. Archaeological evidence suggests that Greeks may have also stored grain in small, walled structures woven from branches. Farms generally needed to store enough grain to sustain themselves for the year and seed corn for the next. Any surplus was either stored for a lean year or sold to markets for profit.
My friend! Good to see you again! You must feel hungry. I know I would, spending all that time watching farmers working themselves to the bone. Now, what else can I do for you? If you say so, let's get started. According to Isiodos, what was the best month to start harvesting grain? Yes, spring was the ideal time for harvesting. Guess I'm not the only smart one around here. Time for another question. Which tool did reapers use to cut stalks? Yes, a sickle was a curved knife, making it ideal for harvesting sheaves of grain. Only one question left. Arcadia was believed to be the home of which god? Correct! Pan supposedly called the mountainous region his home. Incredible work, my friend. It's safe to say your mind is definitely more wheat than chaff. Safe travels, my friend. We'd better be seeing each other again soon.
απέναντι το συμψήφιρο. Εμείς άλλοι να συμφωνείτε έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια. Πώς αποδεδείχεται ότι δεν είμαστε υποκρίνες στο συμψήφιρο.
Μαστιγού. Ουέ, οι ποιήσεις με εκτός ομιλήν.
Είσαι εδώ.
Ωραία. Εν ρυθμό την ύφρου, άδετε και εργάσεστε.
Πόσο δύναση κινεί τούτο. Απολύτως των άλλων, διερευνητέων μην πότερων, θέρμη εστί μετά από τους ιδιωτέσεως. Τούτε εστί καλόν. Λιπτέων μη τους παλμούς σου, ή να αισθανθώ του αέρος κίνηση. Καλώς γε, μην ακούομεν την καρδία σου, είπε ο αδελφός.
Με πάυσε και κοίμησον στόμα.
Τραγωδοποιός έστι κλέπτης, για τον υποκριτών κλέπτη.
Δώσ' ειρήνη πολιόρκων και χώρων ηθικίαν, επεφώνβη συνενώ.
Είμαι καλή. Ο πατήρ μου έλεγε...
Επικαλούμε σε
Τραγωδία ανέρεσης εστί. Εστιμιασμός μυτιόμενος ή να κλονίσει την ισορροπία του πνεύματος. Τας γυναίκας διαπέχεστε παροτάφτης. Καταδικαστέ ημίν έλθηκε αξία το τραγωδοποιό. Τραγωδοποιός έστι κλέπτης, για τον υποκριτών κλέπτης του χάρη του έθνη. Με κύκλωθεν των τραγωδών. Διαφύρει τους νέους και ούτε καταμαλθακίζονται. Εκπλήσει, αποφέρεται το πυρήν. Οι χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται το ύψος της διαλύας έτσι. Τραγωδία
Εστί η Ισιώδου Θεογονία. Η Σύνθητα και άλλοι ακοέ προδεδομένες. Διασώζω εκ των μύθων απάντων.
Ηλιοσιμή, ηλίοι ισχύοι ημιότεροι αναπτύχονται. Αληθώς και έστε.
Θεόν, πάτερ, δε Κυριέ, σκυπτούσε, κούρε, δημάτων, βοτριόκος, με οδηγέτων πομών, ελθέ, μάκαρ, μίστες, υβρίων.
Εγκεφάλου, πόθοειδή και επιβροντάτο, απίκασμα του τέστη του χρόνου φάσμα.
Του τεινός. Ο πατήρ μου είναι ήρος.
Πολύ ολβε, πολύ λίστη, λιτήρα κακών, εις τρούσα βρωτών ψυχά, σύ Θεά,
Οι χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας ένεχε. Τραγωδία εκλαμβάνει τας ιστορίας αυτών και χρείται ταύτες τραγωδοποιού ένεκα. Μόρος! Πού καν την ημίτες τας σπουδαίας αξίας των ιστοριών. Τούν αντί.
Εσύ απαντεών και ψεύτησης.
Περιτέρεων, ομού δακτυλιών.
Δύναμη ευτυχολή.
αξίω το άδικον εστίν.
Λέξους, η επιθυμία και ως αύριον η γης.
Τι συνέβη μόλις?
Πετύμητε 10 δραχμών. Μη οράσω.
παρόδοτα των χρεών της γης.
Αμπελώνων άξο.
Μολοσούσκινας. Α, γιγαντιαία. Τώρα κάντε.
Μάλλον το...
Χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους.
Διαμοίραζε βρέχει η πείνα των θύματος πολέμων. Απόλυσε τον οίκο, την αιστεία, η πειρατεία που πειράτησαν αντραποδίσεις, που τρέχουν ενωτιούν, την ημώνουν στα ημάτια και την ιδιότητα.
Και τους σόφρονας πολίτας διεπιθεάζει τους θεούς. Θεοκλητώσει ούτως ώστε η πατήρ της προϋποκτεύει μη ο αρτηγενήσιος ανατραπής με δεύτερο παλιός. Κάλλιον έσεστε.
Welcome, traveler, to the ruins of Mykine. It is humbling to stand in the remnants of such a great civilization. Looking at these ruins, I am reminded that the past is never as far behind us as we think. These are the ruins of Mykine, center of the old Mykinian civilization. It was home to great warriors and heroes. In many ways, places like Athens and Sparta stand on the shoulders of its accomplishments. This tour will take you through its ruins and introduce you to its most important monuments, revealing its history in the process. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the end of your visit.
The Mycenaean civilization flourished in the Late Bronze Age between 1600 and 1200 BCE. During this period, it was mainly located in the Peloponnese and central Greece. Mycenaeans were known for exploring distant lands. Notably, they battled the Hittite allied city of Walusa in a conflict that was believed to be the inspiration for Homer's Trojan War. But the Mycenaean people didn't only travel to fight. They learned much from their neighbors, the Minoans of Crete, such as how to write syllabic script on clay tablets. Such tablets provide evidence that Mycenaeans spoke an early form of Greek. They also tell of how great Mycenaean kings ruled over their warriors from opulent palaces in places like Mycenae, Thebes, and Knossos. The entrance to Agamemnon's citadel, or the Lion Gate, is one of the most iconic monuments in Mycenae. It is impressive for both its height and for the intimidating rendering on its relief, which depicts two lions standing on either side of a column. Unfortunately, the lions' heads, which were presumably made of a precious metal or higher quality stone, have been lost to time. The gate was most likely meant to greet a triumphant king returning home from successful military campaigns and to awe foreign visitors. When these shafts were discovered by archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann in 1876, he believed the 6 gold-filled graves to be connected with the family of the great king Agamemnon, even going so far as to proclaim a gold mask he found within to be the death mask of Agamemnon. However, this was refuted by later excavations, which showed that the 19 bodies buried in the shafts dated back to a few hundred years before Agamemnon was even born. In fact, at the time of the body's burial, the Lion Gate and the citadel walls had not even been built yet. It's estimated that the people in the graves were members of the first Mycenaean dynasty. The graves later became a place of worship for Mycenaean kings who raised walls to protect them. These walls helped preserve several incredible artifacts, including women's jewelry, death masks, and masterfully crafted weapons. By 1250 BCE, Mycenae was at the height of its power, and its living quarters and workshops were numerous. Houses were built everywhere, from the top of the palace's hill near the king's residence, to the slopes and terraces within the walls, to the nearby hills outside the citadel. At one point, the citadel's walls even had to be enlarged to make room for more quarters. The people who lived inside the citadel were those with high status in either the military, religious, or administrative sectors of the kingdom. This is reflected by the ceramic and metal vessels inside the houses, as well as their painted plastered walls. A traveler seeking an audience with the king would have first ascended a steep ramp from the Lion Gate to the citadel's summit. Here, they would have walked into the palatial complex through a grand entrance called the propylon. Once inside, their gaze would immediately be drawn to the palace's main hall, a monumental area known as the Megaron. The vividly decorated Megaron, which glittered with precious objects and colorful frescoes in its heyday, was where the king would have received the traveler. If the king was feeling generous, he would have shared with the visitor the palace's most marvelous feature, its commanding and majestic view, which stretched from the plain of Argolis to the gleaming Aegean Sea. It was in this palace where a legendary Mycenaean king like Agamemnon would have held court. According to Homer and other poets, Agamemnon led the Greeks in the sack of Troy. Stories say that he was a fearsome warrior on par with Achilles, but also an overly ambitious and arrogant ruler. He sacrificed his own daughter, Iphigenia, to convince Artemis to grant his ship's passage to Troy. After conquering the city, he returned to Mycenae with mounds of riches, and a Trojan named Cassandra as his concubine. Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, was not pleased with her husband's sacrifice of their daughter. She plotted to murder her husband out of anger. The plot was successful, and, depending on the version of the story, Agamemnon was either murdered in his bath by Clytemnestra or killed by his cousin Aegisthus during a banquet.
You've completed the tour. I trust it was an eye-opening experience. Though it did not last, Mycenae was a sort of precursor to what would eventually become the Greek civilization we know today. It's important we remember them, if only to avoid repeating their mistakes. Now, what else would you like to do? Then let's begin. First, I have quite a simple question. Which ancient city may have been the inspiration for Homer's depiction of Troy? Gnossos was the supposed site of the legendary Minotaur, but it did not inspire Troy, although I am certain the Trojans wished they had a Minotaur on their side during the war. Either way, try again. Yes, the Mycenaeans' conflict with the city of Wilusa allegedly inspired Homer's Trojan War. Now for the second question. Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to convince which god to allow him to proceed to Troy? No, Agamemnon's sacrifice did not appeal to Apollo. Try again. True, Ares was the god of war, but Agamemnon did not sacrifice his daughter to him. Try a different answer. Yes, Agamemnon sacrificed Iphigenia to reconcile with Artemis, who then allowed his ships to pass to Troy. Now, one last question. What was the name of Agamemnon's Trojan concubine? Iphigenia was Agamemnon's daughter. Try again. No, Clytemnestra was Agamemnon's wife. Try a different answer. I'm afraid Menelaos was Agamemnon's brother. Keep trying. Correct. Following the sack of Troy, Agamemnon sailed home with the Trojan prophetess named Cassandra. You've studied the ruins well, traveler. Then let's begin. First, I have quite a simple question. Which ancient city may have been the inspiration for Homer's depiction of Troy? Yes, the Mycenaeans' conflict with the city of Wilusa allegedly inspired Homer's Trojan War. Now for the second question. Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to convince which god to allow him to proceed to Troy? Yes, Agamemnon sacrificed Iphigenia to reconcile with Artemis, who then allowed his ships to pass to Troy. Now, one last question. What was the name of Agamemnon's Trojan concubine? Correct. Following the sack of Troy, Agamemnon sailed home with the Trojan prophetess named Cassandra. You've studied the ruins well, traveler. Then, I suppose this is farewell. At least for now. Safe travels.
Ακαταπάρτως μαστιγού.
Διασώζονται ούτοι.
Αληθώς με είστε ο άντρες. Η κράτηση.
Welcome, traveler, to the sanctuary of Asclepios, a place of rest and healing. The sanctuary of Asclepios is an amazing place, even for those with only a passing interest in medicine. It was a fascinating location, combining the mystical, religious, and scientific. And if someone happened to pass out, they'd luckily be surrounded by skilled physicians. This is the sanctuary of Asclepios, the god of medicine. It was here that the sick and weary came, seeking cures for their ailments. Sometimes the medical practitioners provided the cures, and sometimes the healing came from the gods themselves. This tour will help explain the inner workings of the sanctuary, as well as the unique way the Greeks approached medicine. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the end of your visit.
The ill and infirm came to this sanctuary to pray and offer sacrifices to Asclepios, the god of medicine. According to myth, Asclepios was once a mortal physician who eventually became a god. He had many sanctuaries across Greece, but the most famous was in Epidaurus. When pilgrims passed through the entrance of the sanctuary, they could read this inscription: "When you enter the abode of the god which smells of incense, you must be pure, and thought is pure when you think with piety." Medical steles constituted a sort of hub between medicine, religion, and the divine. They were slabs with inscriptions that praised Asclepios' virtues and merit and described his methods of healing. The inscriptions relayed the dreams patients had within the abaton, one of the most important buildings in the sanctuary. The steles outlined the patient's name, their disease, and how they were cured by Asclepios. They were probably written by the sanctuary's priests, or at least under the priest's supervision. Asclepios was a complex deity. In addition to being a god, he was also a trained physician and disciple of the centaur Chiron. In ancient Greece, religion was inseparable from rites, processions, and sacrifices. This was no different in Epidaurus, and visitors to Asclepios' sanctuary needed to prepare themselves accordingly. Pilgrims cleaned themselves in order to be pure, then offered Asclepios food like honey cakes, cheesecakes, baked meats, and figs. The food was placed on the sanctuary's holy table, where it was presumably later taken by priests. After the preliminary offerings, visitors were allowed to enter the abaton, where they would hopefully encounter Asclepios in a dream. Medical steles also mention that healed patients sometimes gave additional offerings to Asclepios as thanks for being cured. Asclepius was originally born immortal and was the product of an affair between the god Apollo and immortal Coronis. Apollo killed Coronis after discovering she had been unfaithful and ordered her body burned on a funeral pyre. However, he rescued his unborn child from Coronis's womb before the fire consumed her body. Apollo gave the baby to the centaur Chiron, who raised Asclepius and taught him to practice medicine. Over time, Asclepius became so skilled in the art of healing, he could even raise the dead. This angered Zeus, who sent Asclepius to Hades with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes responsible for making Zeus's thunderbolts. Then, Zeus revived Asclepius, making him immortal and deifying him in the process. In sculptures, pottery, mosaics, and coins, Asclepius was portrayed holding a staff intertwined with a sacred snake. The staff is a symbol of medicine that still endures to this day.
Αλλά ανήσυχος τι σε στροφέρον τάφος. Σε κοστρατιωτών, λεγέντα άφρονος. Πανώσες οι κατέχοντες τραπετές. Ανησυχία, ανήσυχο που δύσκευος ενσύγης, παραπαλασμός, Νου πάμε στην αγορά του.
The Epitaphion was the priest's residence. As the link between patients and the gods, priests were essential to the operation of the sanctuary. They were often elected into the priesthood for one-year periods, but could also buy themselves a position if they were wealthy enough. In addition to interpreting patients' dreams in the abaton, priests both supervised and performed sacrifices and rituals. During these functions, they were usually clad in white.
Ωραίων δρυμούς, ελθέ Θεά σώτηρα, άκουσα καλούς καρπούς από γέης, ειρήνην τερατήν, καλή πλόκαμον, υγείαν και ω Θεά εύδρομε, πέμπεις δις ωραίων κεφαλάς νόσουστε και άλλοι. Μεγαλώνει με Θεά, αγλαώθημε, τεχνών μύθιν πολύ όλβε, πολυλίστη λυτήρα κακών, πιστρούς αυρωτών ψυχάς. Συ Θεά, δώσ' ειρήνη πολύ όλβων και κόρον οδηγίαν υποβολβήσιν εν ώρες.
The abaton was built in the northern boundary of the sanctuary, where it surrounded a sacred well whose water was believed to have therapeutic properties. The abaton was where pilgrims went for incubation, or dream rituals. Details of the incubation ritual have been described in unearthed medical steles. They were also noted in Aristophanes' play Plutus, which featured a more comedic view of the process. Incubation was the dream ritual pilgrims experienced in the Abaton. After completing the necessary preliminary rituals, pilgrims were allowed to enter the sacred building, where they lay prone. As they took in the smell of burning incense, the sanctuary's priests extinguished the oil lamps and asked them to sleep in silence. Once they were asleep, Asclepios would appear in their dreams and give his medical advice. The advice included diet and treatment recommendations, as well as requests for specific offerings or religious rituals. Upon waking up, priests interpreted the patient's dreams, unless a patient had been miraculously healed in their sleep. However, if a patient was completely beyond help, they were removed from the Abaton. This was to adhere to a ritual law that stated that no one could die or be born within the building.
Επιτρέπετε εσείς να αναστρέφεστε φίλους έτοιμοι. Το όντι ενοχλείται ούτως ένεκαν του.
Ως κύον φέρετε. Επιστρέφω οίκοθη και ως φρένετε των αιματίων.
Ως φρένετε των αιματίων σου.
Είναι κατασκοπεύει τα σκηνής και είναι αμαρτωλίων συναντώ. Φοβούμαι καθής εκκλησιών. Μην βγάζουν μια κατάσταση.
Όσο σύνελθο.
Όσες ελαιολάδους θα βρουν.
Καθώς μια νησινός. Ίσον αρκαθέμιο.
Το κατηραμένο έρια μας. Ούτως επιμένει καθαρίσει λεφτά. Γλύσιμος είναι στο κειμένος. Φρέσετε. Ανυπόφορον εστίν οράντα. Που δυνάμενες ίσον αρκαθεύδον. Ως πενθερός τύπος πλέον για μένα και με κατασκοπεύει.
Επιτρέπετε εσείς να αναστρέφεστε φίλους έτοιμοι. Το όντι ενοχλείται ούτως ένεκαν παντούς.
Ως κύον φέρετε. Επιστρέφω οίκοθη και ως φρένετε των αιματίων.
Ως φρένετε των αιματίων σου.
Είναι κατασκοπεύει τα σκηνής του και των αιματίων συναντώ.
I see you've completed the tour. I hope you enjoyed your time in the sanctuary. As you can see, gods and miracles were just as important to the healing process as medicine was. Now, what else would you like to do? Excellent. Here is your first question. Which mythical creatures made Zeus's thunderbolts? Correct. Zeus's thunderbolts were crafted by Cyclops. On to the second question. What was the name of the building where incubation occurred? What was the name of the building where incubation occurred? Yes, pilgrims entered the Abaddon to undergo a dream ritual in the hopes of curing their ailments. One final question for you. Who was Asclepios' father? Yes, Apollo was Asclepios' father, and his mother was a mortal named Coronis. You've proven you know the sanctuary inside and out. Well done. Very well. May your quest for knowledge be fruitful and fulfilling.
Τραγωδία ανέρεσης εστί. Εστιμιασμός, μυτιόμενος να κλονίσει την ισορροπία του πνεύματος. Τας γυναίκας διαπέχεστε πόρωτα αυτής, το αυτό και τους δούλης. Τους νέους διδάσκεστε τα επιμηχανήματα αυτής, η ναή της η αναγνωρίζειν ταύτα. Και τους σόφρονας πολίτας διεπιθεάζειν τους θεούς. Θεοκλητός ούτως ώστε η πατήρ της προϋποπτεύει μη ο αρχιερησιός ανατραπής γίνει τραγωδοποιός. Κάλλιον έσεστε εκθέτην τούτον.
Welcome to Argos, traveler. I have always admired the dedication of Greek metalworkers. Without them, we would not have the inspiring monuments that stir the hearts of Greek citizens everywhere. This is Argos, one of the oldest cities in Greece. The Argives were an ingenious people famous for innovations in areas like military tactics. However, what they were most renowned for was their metallurgic artistry, especially with bronze. I hope you enjoy yourself. Look for me at the end of your visit.
The area that would become Argos was inhabited as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, but it was in the 7th century BCE that it officially became a city-state. One of Argos's major pillars was its metallurgical industry. As far back as the 8th century BCE, the city was famed for making products like long dress pins and tripod cauldrons, as well as impeccable body armor. In addition to their technical excellence, the Argives were also creative, as seen in their masterful bronze sculpting, which became prominent in the city during the 6th and 5th century BCE. Bronze is an alloy composed of 90% copper and 10% tin. Because of this, copper and tin needed to be smelted and combined to create the material needed for sculpting. After the bronze alloy was formed, it was melted in special furnaces. They required a tremendous amount of fuel and were usually supplied with charcoal made from specific types of wood. It's possible they were also coated with a protective lining of clay, which would have been sensible given the melting point of bronze is approximately 950 degrees Celsius. Once the bronze was melted and collected, the furnaces were dismantled and dumped. In the 8th century BCE, most small-scale statues were molded using a complicated and lengthy method called solid lost wax casting. From the 7th century BCE onwards, metalworkers adopted the more efficient hollow lost wax casting. At its core, this process involved using sculpting models from wax, making molds over these models, then filling the molds with bronze to produce the desired shapes. The process was advantageous because it saved on materials, produced lighter statues, and reduced the chance of possible defects.
Η τραγωδία διαφθείρει τους νέους και ούτε καταμαλθακίζονται.
Once all the pieces of the sculpture were molded, they were welded together and subjected to the cold working process. This process involved repairing the sculpture's flaws by filling any holes and cracks with specifically measured bronze patches. Afterwards, the sculpture was scraped, chiseled, and polished until it was deemed satisfactory. Decorative details like hair, eyebrows, and mustaches were added with the use of a sharp tool. Eyes, which could be inset with ivory, glass, or silver, were attached to their sockets using a resinous kind of glue. Teeth and fingernails were inlaid with silver, and lips and nipples with copper. These small touches added color and contributed to the sculpture's lifelike appearance.
Πούλοι άρχιστε ο άνθρωπε.
Υπάρχει, οπότε και σε αυτήν δώσουμε το
Bronze sculptures have a long and varied history in Greece. During the geometric period of 900 to 700 BCE, the sculptures mainly depicted idealized heroes, charioteers, and horses, and most of them were dedicated to sanctuaries. The Orientalizing period followed in the 7th century BCE. During this time, Greeks began adopting sculpting techniques from the East, and the depicted statues expanded to include mythological creatures like griffins and sphinxes. The Archaic period saw statues that reflected a better understanding of human anatomy, which eventually culminated in the realistic and powerful human sculptures of the Hellenistic period. Argos was the home of Polykleitos, one of the most famous sculptors in ancient Greece. His works, like the Doryphorus and Diadomenos, as well as his treatise on sculpting called the Canon, had a massive impact on the art as a whole, particularly in regards to ideal body proportions. Sadly, the original versions of Polykleitos' sculptures have been lost, along with most bronze statues from antiquity. As time went on, many bronze statues were melted down to be recycled in things like weapons, ammunition, and even church bells. Because of this, marble copies from the Roman period are our best evidence of the masterpieces of Greek sculpture.
I see you have completed your tour. I trust you have a new appreciation for Greek sculptures after learning of the heart and soul that was poured into each step of their creation. Now, what else would you like to do? Then let us dive right in. Here is your first question. Which era of sculpting came first? Correct. The geometric period lasted from 900 to 700 BCE and mostly featured small-scale statues and statuettes of heroes and horses. On to the second question. Bronze was an alloy composed of which two metals? Yes. To get the bronze required for sculpting, metal workers first needed to smelt copper and tin. One last question for you. Which renowned sculptor was a native of Argos? Yes, Polykleitos was based in Argos and had an enormous impact on the art of sculpting. You've done well, traveler. Your knowledge of metalwork is astounding. Then, farewell, traveler. May we meet again soon.
Με τον κάπου ως βόστριχη τελειοφέντα, χαρισά άπαντα.
Μυθό. Αλλά ανήσυχος. Τι σε αστιοφέρουν ταύτα?
Της εκ των στρατιωτών.
Μεγαλώνει με και πολιώνει με.
Πού κοιτάνει ως υπάρχει, οπότε έχεις
Αληθές είστε.
αυτό το βίο. Λέγω επαυτό.
Ο ουρανός.
το σου το ισχνός, ουδείς το σου το αδύναμος εστί. Έκαστος εφό ετάχθη. Κίνης αυτόν, ου με λιμητίνος πατρό.
Η τραγωδία γίνεται μεταξύ τριών βαθμιδοκέφικα
Οι χαρακτήρες αυτές τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας. Αναβόμενοι στο κλειμένο. Ούτε έχω τόσα αυτά χρήματα. Λείψα με δάνειο.
Ανυπόφορον εστίνω.
και ως προσβληθέν υπογαλών. Τυχερόν εστιάτε ου κεριγμένον τι. Κατανοήσω τι λόγον υπέχεις των πράξεών σου. Τι έχεις αν υπήν περί ευθύνης. Ο Υιός μου παρέα θαύμα.
Ώστε εις τα άπαντα στους φέροντας
Μεγαλείων ίσως.
λέξωση την ενή επιθυμία και ως
Greetings, wanderer, and welcome to the port of Piraeus. Piraeus is one of the busiest, most important ports in the Greek world. Money flows through here like a river that runs all the way to Athens. Acting as a port for Athens, Piraeus welcomed merchants, goods, and travelers from all over the world. It was a central part of Athens' economy, but it was also fortified enough to protect the city's considerable fleet. When you finish exploring the port, find me, and we will talk further.
ίσως και την αηδιακά, την άγρια και ιδρύες ορισμένα
Τέλεια να πετώ.
Καμήλιο δώρο.
Piraeus, a peninsula southwest of Athens, became the city's main port after the politician Themistocles encouraged the development of its natural harbours. These developments led to the gradual abandonment of the older harbour of Phaleron. Piraeus's fortifications were further developed by Cimon and Pericles, along with the long walls which ensured goods could still be moved during sieges. Piraeus was divided into three main sectors: the military port, the emporion, and the residential area. By the 5th century BCE, it had become not only Athens' naval headquarters, but also the mercantile center of the Mediterranean.
Της αγοράς. Τόσο καλόν όσο πανταπίνητα. Και την άλλον φέρει ναρτήματα.
Piraeus's development during the 5th century BCE attracted a large population. Many craftsmen, merchants, bankers, sailors, and ship owners moved to the port in great numbers. The population was a mix of Greek citizens, foreign visitors, and immigrants, known as metics. The variety of the port's inhabitants gave Piraeus a cosmopolitan atmosphere. Most of the residents were involved in trade, but others worked on shipbuilding or in larger-scale industries like shield factories. Piraeus's commercial focus offered many opportunities for those seeking to increase their wealth and status. One such rags-to-riches tale is that of Passion, a slave who eventually became a citizen and earned a fortune thanks to his bank and his shield factory.
Ίσως και την Άγια
Ο έμος εξάδελφος και ονομάζεται. Είδα την αδυνάμενον, αν παρέχει
Λίγος παρέας και
Piraeus was a demi, or district, of Attica. Because of its size, function, and varied population, it had a much more complicated administrative structure than other demes. Above all, Piraeus was closely monitored and controlled by the Athenian assembly due to its importance to the city. Within the port, there were two separate categories of trade: international trade, which took place in the Emporion, and retail trade, which was managed by Kapoloi in Piraeus's agora. The Emporion was a commercial port dedicated to trading goods from overseas. All international transactions were required to be made within its limits and needed to be exclusively wholesale. Elected magistrates managed all business and laws in the port. Meanwhile, port authorities known as epimeletes oversaw trade and took care of the regulation of prices. This was an especially crucial duty, as the amount of supplies and goods could fluctuate wildly based on factors like bad harvests or lost cargo. Common products sold in the Emporion included vegetables, fruits, fish, leather, timber, marble, metal, weapons, and ceramics. According to Hermippos, Athens was also wealthy enough to afford the finest goods from all over the world, including figs from Rhodes, almonds from Thassos, oil from Samos, and wine from Chios. Taxes were collected on all merchandise that came into the Emporion, which provided Athens with a major source of income.
Ούγαρ πρωτότυπον αίσθησε έχει νικώσει τον τύπ. Διαθέτουμε νοτοϊκή τεχνολογία.
After arriving in the Emporion, merchants set up samples of their goods in a display area called the Deigma. This was where citizens and foreigners gathered to officially make their deals. And almost all merchandise that came into the Emporion was traded within the area. The Deigma was under constant supervision by magistrates, who negotiated price control with the importers. They would occasionally give special privileges to those who agreed to sell at lower prices. These privileges ranged from tax exemptions to specially reserved seating in the theater. Piraeus was a deme, and as such was supervised by a magistrate called the demarchos. While most demarchoi were chosen locally within their deme, Piraeus was appointed directly by Athens, so the city could better monitor its commercial interests. In fact, matters regarding the Emporion, the military harbour, and the grain trade were regularly debated and decided by the Athenian assembly. Transactions within the Piraeus were supervised by metronomoi. These were magistrates responsible for keeping track of weights and measures. They made sure merchants' measurements were always accurate to prevent bad deals and scams. Even though Piraeus would eventually develop into a city in its own right, it always remained under the control of Athens. A commercial tax of 2%, or a pentecost, was placed on all cargo entering and leaving Piraeus. The tax was collected by a group of 5 people called pentekostologoi. According to Andocides, this position could be bought for the hefty sum of 30 talents, or 180,000 drachmae. However, most of these officials made a profit of up to 6 talents, making the job very lucrative. While merchants were responsible for setting the value of their goods, pentekostologoi had the power to challenge the value, if they saw fit. Furthermore, merchants were required to register with these officials before they could transport, display, and sell their goods. Overall, this system provided Piraeus, and by extension Athens, with a tremendous amount of money. The sale of grain was overseen by special magistrates called sitophilakes. Since some Greek cities had a grain deficiency and relied heavily on imports, these officials were extremely important. Their duties encompassed all aspects of grain commerce, including price control and profit margins, to ensure Athens remained well-fed. This is no surprise. Grain was so important to Athens that 2/3 of all stocks were required to be transported and sold at the city's agora by law. According to Demosthenes, the significance of the sitophilakes was such that if they failed in their duties, they faced the death penalty. The Emporion operated on a foundation of credit and loans. Overseas commerce was handled by two types of tradespeople. Emporoi transported cargo in borrowed ships, while Naukleroi were ship owners who moved goods on their own vessels. Elsewhere in the Emporion were bankers and accountants who arranged loans and kept track of incoming and outgoing ships. Emporoi and Naukleroi financed their maritime voyages with these loans, which often had a high interest rate due to the dangers of sea travel. Emporoi used the loans to pay for both the cargo and the right to a ship, while Naukleroi only had to pay for their crew. Loans and interest were repaid upon a ship's return to port. However, in the event of a catastrophe such as a shipwreck, the merchant and ship owner were released from their obligations, and the losses were transferred to the lender.
You've returned. I hope you enjoyed your stroll through the port. Piraeus was important to Athens' commercial interests, but it eventually came into its own as a vibrant and bustling port. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. If you say so, let us see what you've learned, Wanderer. First, a simple question. Which Athenian politician originally encouraged the development of Piraeus' natural harbors? Correct! Themistocles saw Piraeus' potential as a port and encouraged its development. On to the next question. What did the Sitophylakes supervise? No, the aptly named Pedikostologi collected the Pedikot. It was metronomi who were in charge. Yes, Sitophylakes had the extremely important responsibility of handling all matters related to grain commerce. Only one question left. What was the name of the slave who took advantage of Piraeus' opportunities to earn themselves citizenship? Correct! Passion managed to earn a fortune and achieve citizenship thanks to both his bank and a successful shield business. Your knowledge of Piraeus is impressive. Well done, Wanderer. As you wish. Thank you for visiting.
Άριγκας, όλοι στέλνοι, άπαντες τους αλήθους. Η σκάφος είναι μεταξύ των σιτίων και η της αποθήκης πήγανε ομένη.
Η μήτρη μου λέγει ότι είναι ο θογενής στρατιώτης. Ο πατήρ μου είναι ηρώας. Τέχνη και έναν το πολέμο. Άπαντες οι παντοπόλεοι. Η οικία του τον ιδιώθηκε άγρια ζευρή.
Συμπληρωτάς ήτινες πληροφορίες.
Βαβέ, τούτους τους όνους μαστιγού, ακαταπαύστος μαστιγού. Μη ποιήσεις με εκτός ομιλήν.
Βαβέ, τους όνους μαστιγού, ακαταπαύστος μαστιγού.
Οι πειρατεία πεπειράτησαν ανδραποδίζειν με. Πού δέχομαι ότι ο είναι μόνο τα ημάτια έρθες με ότι διώνουν.
Φύγε, Πόρο. Γνωρίζει το πατρί σου ότι έδι πάβει να αποστείλουν της εδώ.
Ο πατήρ
Ωρα,
μου η
χρήσμονες κλεπτομίες.
Καταδικαστέα η γυναίκη και αξίζει το τραγωδοποιό. Τραγωδοποιός έστει έντος όστια.
Φύγε από τόσα αυτά χρήματα.
Πού με ακούς?
αξία των τραγωδίων. Καταδικαστέ είναι η ηθική αξία το τραγωδοποιό. Τραγωδοποιός έστι κανονικά.
Welcome, traveler, to the site of the legendary Battle of Marathon. It's truly incredible that such a small place would have such tremendous significance. But then again, even the tiniest pebble can send ripples through the water. Marathon was the location of one of the greatest battles in Greek history. It was here where Athenians made a stand against the might of an imposing Persian fleet. Your visit will take you through the causes of the conflict, the battle itself, and its far-reaching consequences. I will see you again once you're through. Farewell for now.
In 490 BCE, 600 Persian triremes landed on a beach 35 kilometers north of Athens. Standing in their way were 11,000 hoplites led by the prestigious Athenian general Miltiades. The Persian forces outnumbered the Greeks approximately 5 to 1, and yet the smaller force managed to push back their would-be conquerors. The Battle of Marathon was a major turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, and the Athenians' victory would be celebrated for many years. The modern-day distance-running event is named a marathon in memory of a soldier from the battle who ran back to Athens to announce their victory, though whether this is real or legend is uncertain. The Persians wanted to invade Greece in part due to its rich silver mines. In 545 BCE, they came closer to this goal after their victory over Croesus, the king of Lydia. The victory forced some Greek populations in Asia Minor to surrender and gave the Persians a solid foothold to carry out a large-scale invasion. In 494 BCE, the city of Miletus revolted against its Persian rulers. They were aided by Athens and the nearby city of Eretria, and even burned down an important Persian temple. The Persian king Darius was enraged by their sacrilege, and in 491 BCE, sent messengers to the Greek cities demanding their submission. Athens and Sparta killed the Persian messengers, goading Darius to invade. The Persians began their attacks, first capturing the city of Naxos and enslaving its inhabitants, then taking the city of Eretria. Filled with confidence from their string of victories, the Persians set their sights on Athens. The Greeks were surprised by the ferocity of the Persian attacks. Seeking aid against the upcoming invasion, Athens was forced to appeal to other cities for help. In a surprising move, they asked for aid from Sparta, known for having the strongest army in Greece. The Spartans agreed to the request, but they were unable to send reinforcements in time due to the religious feast of Apollo Karneos, which forbade them from leaving their city until the next full moon. The only extra help Athens managed to acquire was from the small Boeotian city of Plataea, which sent an additional 1,000 hoplites. This was the first time in Greek history that their entire civilization was under attack from an external invader. Despite sharing the same language and same religion, Greek city-states had often warred amongst themselves. The Persian invasion was the first time they realized the necessity of collective action to ensure their survival. The Persian fleet originally planned to land at the port of Phaleron. However, the exiled Athenian tyrant Hippias, who sided with the Persians, advised them to land at Marathon instead, where it would be easier to deploy cavalry. The Athenians were unaware of the Persian battle plans and left Marathon undefended. This allowed the Persians to quietly set up camp on the beach, while Athens scrambled to mount a defense. The Persians' overwhelming numerical superiority forced the Athenians to get creative with their defensive strategy. The city sent 10,000 hoplites, along with the extra 1,000 Plataean reinforcements, to a hill located above the Persian encampment. Once in position, Athenians had to decide whether to wait for the Persians to attack or to strike them first. Athens' strategists believed the former option was better, but the general Miltiades believed a first strike was more advantageous, as the Persians had their backs to the sea. In the end, Miltiades' opinion prevailed, and the Greeks made their move. According to Herodotus, the Greek forces charged at the Persians without archers or cavalry. The Persians were unprepared for what they saw as an act of madness. While they were able to hold the Greeks back at first, they were eventually pushed back to their ships and forced to retreat. The Persians suffered heavy losses during the battle, with approximately 6,400 casualties. The Athenians, on the other hand, only lost 192 soldiers. The victory at Marathon was considered miraculous. The Greeks attributed this miracle to the appearance of legendary heroes who they allegedly saw return from the dead to fight at their side in defense of the city. For example, several Athenians swore they saw the mythical king Theseus take up arms at Marathon, a scene which would later be depicted in Athens' Agora. Similarly, some hoplites attested that Heracles appeared at Marathon, clad in his lion's skin and wielding a club. The supposed appearance of these heroes helped elevate the Battle of Marathon to a legendary status among the Greek people. After the Persians fled Marathon, they tried to invade Athens by way of the Bay of Phaleron. However, this gave the Athenians time to return to their city and mount a proper defense. Fearing further losses, the admiral of the Persian fleet called off their attack, and the Persians returned to their empire. Darius was furious at the campaign's failure and decided to seek vengeance in a retaliatory expedition from both land and sea. Meanwhile, Sparta begrudgingly congratulated Athens on their victory. The victory at Marathon marked the beginning of a new era for Athens. According to Herodotus, Athens' success at pushing back the Persians ranked them first in the ongoing competition between the Greek city-states. The Athenians immortalized their prestige by erecting monuments in both their own city and in Delphi. The Battle of Marathon was also perceived as a blow against tyranny. Tyranny went from being perceived as a simple flaw in authoritarian excess to major treason against the homeland, a sin that rulers would take great pains to avoid being accused of. This helped consolidate the institution of democracy for the next 2 centuries.
I hope you enjoyed this look into the famous Battle of Marathon. It was not only a major turning point in the history of Athens, but also for all of Greece. Its repercussions would be felt for many years to come. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Of course. Let's start with a simple question. Which Athenian general led the Greek forces at Marathon? Correct. Miltiades led the forces at Marathon, and it was his strategy that helped the Greeks push the Persians back. Time for another question. Which Greek city revolted against the Persians in 494 BCE? Marathon was the site of the... Persepolis was actually... Keep trying, though. Correct. Miletus revolted against Persian rule, with support from both Athens and Eretria. One more question. Which other Greek city aided Athens at Marathon? Sparta did accept Athens' plea for aid, but they were unable to send help due... I'm afraid Naxos was... Yes, Plataea sent 1,000 Obides to aid the Athenian forces. Well done, traveler. You have learned much. Farewell, traveler. I hope to see you again soon.
Στην υγεία κατάσταση λογικού νου. Ο λογικός νους αντίκειται την τραγωδία. Και τη συγκρούση ταύτη, όσπερ της και ο άλλος, ο λογικούς νους νικήσει. Οι χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται...
Επικαλούμε κοσμήματα δυνάμεων.
Όταν το επιχείρημα το
attacks.
Τραγωδία ανέ... Χαρακτήρες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους.
Άξιση, εγώ. Επικαλού...
Χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας Σένεκε.
Τι βούλη άρχεστε,
Τραγωδία
ο
εκλαμβάνει
άνθρωπος.
τας ιστορίας αυτών και κρίτε τα...
Παβέ, τούτους τους όνους μαστιγού, ακαταπαύστος μαστιγού.
εκτός ομιλή.
Μάλλον το εμαυτό λέγω.
Welcome to the silver mines of Lavrion. The mines make me nervous. All those fumes can't be safe to inhale day in and day out. The Lavrion silver mines were discovered between Thorikos and Cape Sunion, near Athens. They were rich in the mineral galena and provided Athens with much of the silver necessary to mint its currency. Because of this, the mines were invaluable to the city, and the resources they provided helped turn Athens into one of the most powerful states in Greece. We will meet again after you've seen what the mines have to offer. Farewell for now, wanderer.
Ow!
Silver mines were extremely rare in ancient Greece, which only increased their importance. Athens started exploiting the Lavrian silver mines at the end of the 6th century BCE and used its metal to produce its currency. Production at the mines exploded around 485 BCE when an especially rich vein was discovered. The mine's abundant silver made Athens one of the wealthiest cities in Greece. They also provided the resources necessary to build a fleet large enough to defeat the Persians at the Battle of Salamis. In short, the Lavrian mines played an integral part in the emergence of Athens as a Greek superpower. Exploiting the mine's resources required a lot of labor. To meet this requirement and save on cost, Athens leased out mining concessions to its citizens, who had their slaves to do most of the work, alongside poor day laborers. In the 5th century BCE alone, there were anywhere from 10,000 to 30,000 people toiling in the mines of Lavrion. Together, the workers managed to produce an estimated 20 tons of silver per year.
Είτε εν μουσική, εν ρυθμότινη, άδετε και εργάζεστε. Ουκούν γρηγορείτε.
Exploiting them to meet this who had in the 5th together, mining in Lavrion was a two-step process. First, the ore was extracted, and then it was refined. It took about 16 kilograms of raw ore to produce a single pure silver drachma of about 4 grams. Recovered artifacts from the mines provide some insight into the specifics of the mining process. Galleries were dug to follow the veins of ore. They were small and did not offer much space for the workers. They were also hand-cut, and it's believed that it took whole days to dig only a few centimeters. Once the galleries finally reached the veins, the ore was extracted and then crushed on mortar stone to prepare it for washing.
Μάλλον το εμαυτό λέγομαι. Μάλλον αυτό θύστημη. Λέγονε με αυτό.
Ουέ, μη ποιήσεις με εκτός ομιλήν.
Mine workers used washeries to help clean rock from the ore. The washing process required a large supply of water, but Lavrion was an infamously dry region. To compensate, cisterns were built in the mining area to collect and conserve seasonal rainwater. Once enough water had accumulated, workers poured it into wooden troughs containing rock and ore. The water's flow separated the lighter grains of rock from the heavier ore, which was caught in depressions at the bottom of the trough. The newly cleaned ore was collected for refinement, and the water was redirected back into a tank to be reused later.
Μη ποιήσεις με εκτός ομιλήν.
Once the ore was clean and dry, it was ready for smelting. Its purpose was to isolate the silver in the ore. To do this, the ore was placed in a conical furnace filled with combustible charcoal. Bellows pumped air into the furnace to control the temperature. Inside, the ore burned, emitting a toxic smoke that was evacuated through a chimney. Eventually, the silver alloy was separated from the slag and collected for the last step in the refinement process, cupellation. Cupellation removed any leftover lead from the silver. The smelted alloy was placed in a cupel, an absorbent bowl made of bone ashes. It was then put in a furnace, where it absorbed the lead and left only silver behind. While the mines of Lavrion belonged to Athens, the city frequently leased them to private citizens who exploited the site for anywhere from 3 to 10 years. These citizens enlisted slaves and poor day laborers to carry out most of the work. The workers had a very low life expectancy, about 3 to 5 years, due to the hazardous working conditions. The dangers they faced included toxic lead vapor in the air and lung-choking dust in the galleries. However, they were fed well enough to keep up their work, and their combined labor managed to produce an estimated 20 tons of silver a year.
I hope you enjoyed your trip through the mines. We talk so much of Athens' glory, but we often forget the city's power was due to tremendous amounts of work. Work that often had a great human cost. What else would you like to do? Excellent. Let's begin. What was the last step in the silver refinement process? Yes, cupellation removed any remaining lead, leaving only the silver behind. Now, for the second question. How did workers acquire water for the ore washing process? If they did beg Poseidon, their pleas fell on deaf ears because no such well existed. Try a different answer. No, Lauvrion was a very dry... Correct. The workers used cisterns to collect the seasonal rainwater. Now, the final question. Which famous battle did the mines help Athens win? Correct. The Athenians used silver from the mines to finance a massive fleet for the Battle of Salamis. It's clear your visit has taught you much. A job well done, Wanderer. Farewell, Wanderer. Best of luck on your journeys.
δεσπόζει εν το αγγείο του εμού εγκεφάλου, ο θορυβή και επιβροντά. Το απίκασμα να
Welcome to the Gymnasium of the Kinosaries, one of the many places where philosophers came to enrich the mind and enlighten the spirit. There is no better setting for learning than in a quiet place far away from the commotion of the city. Education held a very important place in Greek society. The most prominent educators were philosophers, whose teachings ranged from everyday rituals to the makeup of the universe. Once your tour is complete, come find me, and we can discuss what you've learned. Farewell for now, wanderer.
Philosophy comes from the Greek word philosophia, or love of wisdom. This concept was in direct contrast with philochromatia, love of money, and philotimia, love of honor. As of the second half of the 5th century BCE, Athens was known as Greece's capital of philosophy. Due to the rise of democracy, there was an increasing need for education beyond the basic subjects of elementary school. Athenian citizens needed to be able to participate in various functions of the democratic state, such as being elected for office, proposing new laws, engaging in military decisions, or simply defending their rights.
θορυβή και επιβροντά.
Originally, Athens had no official school buildings for higher education. Sophists and philosophers taught either in private homes or in public spaces like the theater. To recruit young pupils for long-term curricula, they also held classes in gymnasia, where young Athenians underwent physical training. The Cynosarges was a sanctuary to Heracles, located in the south suburb of Athens. At the beginning of the 4th century BCE, Antisthenes used this sanctuary as a teaching spot for his school of philosophy, the aptly named Cynicism.
Αφήγηση της ιστορίας γίνεται με αλληλουχίας και το επιχείρημα αυτό καθ' αυτό εστί η ιστορία ταύτη. Ο Εχέφρον αναγνωρεί τούτο.
Any free citizen was allowed to involve themselves in the Athenian democratic process. However, to truly influence the flow of politics, their speech and rhetoric skills had to be impeccable. As a result, many sophists taught subjects like logic, reason, and eloquence. These were meant to help students achieve arete, or excellence. But this specific concept of excellence was often challenged, especially by other philosophers. For example, Plato, Socrates, and Isocrates preferred a more moral approach and argued that rhetoric should be used as a means to serve the greater good. Socrates and Plato went even further, declaring that philosophy and wisdom were not only useful tools, but also ethical virtues. Ancient Greek philosophy was multidisciplinary in nature. In addition to wisdom and logic, philosophers also studied and taught math, geometry, music theory, and even medicine. For example, the philosopher Prodicus wrote a treatise called On Human Nature, where he outlined various explanations on human physiology. Philosophy's influence was also great enough to affect medicine. Hippocratic physicians were known to incorporate philosophical ideas into their work, and the treatise On Airs seems to be influenced by pre-Socratic theories on air being the first principle of the universe. The famed philosopher Socrates had an ambiguous relationship with sophists. In Plato's dialogues, Socrates is portrayed as being in constant opposition with the famous sophists of his time. Aristophanes' comedy, The Clouds, meanwhile, depicts Socrates as a sophist himself, constantly demanding payment for his teachings. Socrates was in fact very poor and made no money off his teachings. He also differed from the sophists in that while they only taught aristocratic youths, Socrates taught everyone, regardless of station. Unfortunately, his controversial ideas and practices did not sit well with the city of Athens, and he was eventually tried for impiety. Philosophy was not only a collection of ideas, but a way of life. According to philosopher Pierre Hadot, his ancient counterparts had a daily regime of spiritual exercises to combat their passions, doubts, and illusory beliefs. These exercises included meditation on death, contemplation of nature, or speaking with a friend or mentor. Philosophers also followed specific dress codes and diets. They were also part of a community of masters and students. These communities were created and strengthened in schools. Plato founded such a school in the early 4th century BCE, when he purchased a property in a grove just outside of Athens. The school was designed to groom students into philosopher citizens who could eventually rule the city in a measured and fair manner. It followed its own rules and was open to both male and female disciples.
I can tell by the crease in your brow that you're already puzzling over the new things you've learned. Don't be embarrassed. Even the wisest among us need to ask questions before they search for answers. Is there anything else you'd like to do? You wish to test your wisdom? Very well. Let's see how you compare to the great philosophers. The first question is an easy one. What does philosophia mean? Correct. Philosophia referred to the love of wisdom. Time for the next question. The Kynosarjes was a sanctuary dedicated to which Greek hero? The Kynosarjes was not... Correct. It was the mighty Heracles. Now, for the last question. Which play by Aristophanes portrayed Socrates as a sophist? Aristophanes' The Birds. The Frogs was an... Socrates was not part of the play's proceedings. The Wasps was a comedy. Yes, The Clouds was a comedy that portrayed the famous philosopher as a greedy sophist. Plato even believed that this caricature contributed to his mentor's eventual trial and execution. Well done, Wanderer. Even Socrates would be impressed by the depths of your wisdom. As you wish, Wanderer. Safe travels.
Έδωκε το διήτα λοιπόν ενταωστά. Ζεύς ασφαλώς γεείδε τούτο και δεν το ροδότηκε, αλλά κατέκρινε αποστερήν της ανθρώπης το μυστήριον του πυρός. Κατά τιόν δε Προμηθέας έκλεψε το πύρ. Ο σηκώς εστι τον δίαν τιμωρήστε τούτον, αλλά γαρ ουκ απέλαβε το πύρ. Τι ούτω τρόπος τα ψεύδι και το τίμημα διασημένουσι δυνητικός την εναργή φύση του λόγου ημών μετά τον Θεό.
Επικαλούμε σε.
to the Keramikos, the kiln that warms all of Athens' pottery. The art produced here is some of the most beautiful in the Greek world. I envy the potter's skills, though I'm not quite as envious of their clay-stained hands. It's bad for the nails. The Keramikos was a special neighborhood in Athens, where potters created vases and containers that stood all over Greece. This tour will take you through the elaborate process needed to turn something as simple as muddy clay into ornate perfume vases and gilded wine cups. Come find me when you complete your visit, and we can talk more about what you've learned.
Part of it was used as a graveyard. It was also dedicated to the creation of pottery. The Keramikos was so significant to the art form that its name lives on in the word ceramics. Perhaps drawn that by the end of the 5th century BCE, hundreds of thousands of pottery vessels had been made in Athens, including everything from heavy, undecorated cooking pots to delicate and beautiful containers reserved for the most precious oils. Sadly, only around 1% of these works survive today, some only in small fragments. Raw clay from a river was hardly fit for a potter's wheel. Athenian potters used clay that was rich in iron, which created the distinctive orange-red coloring seen in Athenians in the kiln later on. The clay was first brought to settling beds, where it was mixed with water to wash out any organic debris like leaves. Once it was purified, workers kneaded the clay with their hands to push out air bubbles and create the texture necessary for a flawless finish. One of the goals of these early steps was to remove any impurities that could destroy a delicate design, or worse, render a vase unusable. Once the clay was cleaned, it was up to the potter to shape it into a vase by spinning it on a wheel or pressing it into a mold. Their choice depended on what shape they wanted for the vase, but they also considered the possible scope of its decoration in different aspects of production. Potters collaborated with many different painters for decorating their creations. Some of these painters even became potters themselves. Artists, with each one focusing on a different aspect of its design.
Ποιος εμέ περιπέσει.
After the pots were shaped, and process had 3 stages: oxidation, reduction, and reoxidation. The main purpose of the firing process was to carefully manage the clay's exposure to give the pots their distinctive orange-red coloring. This also turned the designs made from the clay decoration slips glossy and black. The most difficult part of the firing process was managing the fires themselves. It required an enormous amount of skill and experience to properly judge the exact temperatures needed. Vases could be decorated in all sorts of ways. Before 500, where figures and designs were painted as dark silhouettes. At the end of the 6th century BCE, painters created a new technique called red figure, an inversion of the painting process that left the figures in details like muscles and individual locks of hair. Designs were sketched onto the bare surface of the pot using a thin, sharp tool. Thin relief lines, which helped define subtle elements like facial features, were added using a brush made of a few stiff hairs. More elaborate vases were sometimes gilded, but these decorations were so delicate, they were most likely only added after the firing process.
You've returned! As you can see, pottery was an arduous and delicate process, but was exemplary of the skill and craftsmanship that dominated Greek art and culture. Now, is there something else you'd like to do? Then let's get right to it, starting with an easy question. What was responsible for the orange-red color of most Athenian vases? Filtered out of the clay. Paint was not the main. Try again. Thankfully, at least, I hope. Correct. Athenian potters worked with clay that was rich with iron, and that iron created a distinctive orange-red coloring. On to the next question. What were the chambers for firing pottery called? Correct. Pottery was fired in kilns, and the firing process was extremely precise and delicate in nature. You're almost done. Just one more question. The firing process was made up of how many stages? Correct. The 3 stages of the firing process. Well done, Wanderer. Then we must part ways, at least for now. Farewell, Wanderer.
πελάτου και τα θεμελιώσετε δεδομένα.
Γενέστε εις τεινά συλλογισμών, αλλά ότι συνέβητος να ονομαστεί.
Εις κάπλος. Είναι μεταξύ των σημείων και της αποθήκης μία ανεωγμένη.
Κάποιος γέγει.
Αληθές εστίες. Τι σε άκτη πολύ κοσμήματα εις την αγορά.
Ο της θαλάσσης πόλεμος απαξίτα, μωρέ.
Και δούλους παραθείο αυτής. Επιθυμούμε φθηνερή τρανή που γεννήσετε. Αγαπάμε.
Τι γίνεται?
Ο πλούτος αυτής της τεχνικής. Διαλέγουμε έναν κουτουάλ. Κατανοώ ότι θέλει.
Όπως γάμος εστί ενεργής.
Πού έχω τόσα αυτά χρήματα. Λείψω με δάνειο.
Τι λαμβάνει η χώρα.
Έχω τόσα αυτά χρήματα. Λείψω με δάνειο ή να δίνω.
Τόσο ικανός όσο οι μέθοδοι άπαντες.
Ουδή συνεργάσει μετέρη σου το σέχει.
Ο αιμός πατήρω.
Μεγαλώνουμε και πολιώνουμε.
Μεγαλώνουμε και πολιώνουμε.
Greetings, wanderer, and welcome to the Agora of Athens. I love this Agora. Where else could you find a common fish merchant and an extravagant jewelry seller within a few feet of each other? It's that kind of variety that makes city life so rich and exciting. The Agora is the beating heart of any Greek city. It is a place where all types of people may gather, from citizens and foreigners to magistrates and philosophers. All manner of business is conducted here, including political meetings, legal proceedings, and trade. When you finish...
The Agora was the civic center of Athens, but it wasn't only frequented by politicians and city officials. The area housed a market where people could purchase food and other goods from merchants, establish schools, and pass on their teachings to students. Religion had its place as well, of the 12 gods and the monument of the eponymous heroes.
Αλλό της Θέμηδος ναός ούκ εστί πανήγυρη, γενέστε εις τεινά συλλογισμών.
The painted stoa, created in the 5th century BCE by famous artists like Polygnotus, and depicted Greek military victories like the Battle of Marathon. The stoa served as a base to pass on their teachings. In 301 BCE, the philosopher Zeno of Kition chose the Stoa Poikile as the location for his school of philosophy, the appropriately dubbed Stoicism.
Και αναπόδρασες εκβάσεις έτεινες λιπτέ τη Θέμηδη.
Μόνο όταν το επιχείρημα...
το παραδείγματι των έργων αυτού είναι να αντιβάλλουμε...
Trade in the agora was supervised by magistrates. There were 5 agoranomoi, who kept order in the market, controlled the quality of goods, and collected market dues. This provided revenue to the city and helped pay the magistrates and those in charge of maintaining order. The market benefited everyone. Customers bought to keep the wheels of democracy turning. The original temple of Apollo Patros was built around 535 BCE by Pisistratos, but was destroyed by the Persians during their invasion a few decades later. It long remained in ruins, except for the altar, which was left standing as a reminder of the Persian sacrilege. It was a statue made by Euphranor, the same artist who painted in the Stoa of Zeus. The temple held special significance in Athens, as it was connected to the origin of the city's people. The name Patros, meaning fatherly, referenced the belief that Apollo was the father of Aeon, founder of the Ionian Greeks, from whom all Athenians are descended. The Temple of Hephaestus overlooks the Agora from the Colonus Agoreus hill. Today, it is one of the best preserved temples in Greece, owing to its conversion to a church in the Middle Ages. But while this transformation preserved the structure, it also damaged the surrounding sculptures. The temple was dedicated not only to Hephaestus, the god of metallurgy, but also to Athena Ergane, goddess of arts and crafts, nearly every like the labors of Theseus. The Theseus scenes gave the temple the nickname Thesion, a name that lives on today as a city district in Athens. The Boulaterion was another building in the Agora that contributed to the democratic process. It housed the Athenian Council of Citizens, the Boulé. This council of 500 was composed of 50 members from each Greek tribe, all of whom served a one-year term. He was chosen to lead the Boulé's executive committee, the Prytaneis, where they spent their time discussing bills. The Prytaneon was one of the most important buildings in the Agora, as it was the headquarters of the Prytaneis. The Prytaneis dined in the Prytaneon, and 17 of them slept on site to ensure there were always officials available to deal with emergencies. The Prytaneon also housed the official weights and measures of the city. The Fire of Hestia, which provided sacred fire for all public sacrifices, was also located there. The Heliaia was the most important court in Athens and was presided over by a group citizen's life, with trials happening almost every day. Heliasts were chosen randomly based on two factors. First, that they were on the official list of 6,000 potential stipend of 2 obols was established by Pericles to compensate for the loss of work while on Helias duty, and also to encourage participation in the judiciary process. In the agora, an Athenian could buy and sell many category of merchandise. Merchants and craftsmen who worked in the market could be citizens, sold everything from food and clothes to jewelry and slaves. With so much variety, competition was fierce, and that competition helped regulate the market's prices.
Πάψον, οχλείς με ισόναρ καθεύδο. Και εκ Βυζαντίου η Χαλκιδόνος έστηκε.
Λέγω εγώ.
The Heliai, historians believe it to be a court based on the discovery of a nearby box containing 7 bronze ballots. These ballots were used by jurors to give their verdicts. The reason trials were Sewell's right to demand reparations for injustice. However, not all legal matters were settled in this. Public trials were reserved for more serious offences, such as murder, theft, and political crimes. The mint was where the city made its coinage. It is believed that Athens' mint was in the city's agora, as modern excavations have turned up small disc-shaped pieces of metal used to make coins. Much of the silver required for minting coinage came from the Lavrion silver mines. Athens was so dependent on the march of Athena to mint gold coins and avert a monetary crisis.
You have now experienced has impressed upon you how important this place was to trade, politics, and law. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Very well. Let's begin. Which philosopher's school took its name from the painted stoa? Which philosopher's school took its name from the painted stoa? Yes, Zenon taught at the stoa, and so he and his followers were dubbed Stoics. Time for another question. What other name has the Iphistion gone by? The scenes showing the hero Theseus, which decorate the temple. Only one question left. When Athens lost the Lavrion silver mines during the... Athenians used the monument of... Correct! The Athenians melted down a statue of Athena to mint gold coins. It's clear you are very familiar with the Agora of Athens. I'm impressed. Farewell, wanderer. May we see each other again soon.
Ως γέγηθα,
Ότι ούν επιθυμείτε ο άνδρες και γυναίκες δύναμε φέρειν ημίν. Μη λυπήστε επί το επιθυμητόν ου και βρίσκεται, είπε και...
Τους στόχους. Εσείς θα Πήγε πόρο.
Ο αυτής πάλι ετευνίκη. 20 αγώνα και
Σύμφιστε τα προϊκό αέσοδη του ανδρός.
Welcome, wanderer, to the democratic center of Athens, otherwise known as the Pnyx. The battles fought here may be more intellectual than bloody, but they are no less spectacular. These outcomes will affect an entire city in a different way. The Pnyx was the meeting place of the Athenians into how citizens made decisions and kept the city running. We can talk more when you have finished the tour. See you soon, wanderer.
The Athenian assembly was known as the Ecclesia. It met at the Pnyx 40 times a year to discuss various civic matters, and each session usually lasted a few hours. The word Pnyx is believed to mean something close to packed together. This was probably a reference to the fact that during meetings of the Ecclesia, the location would be filled to its capacity, with citizens packed in practically shoulder to shoulder. All male citizens were allowed to directly participate in the democratic process. Those over 20 years old had the right to speak and vote, while those over 30 could be elected to the higher position of magistrate. In total, there were approximately 30,000 citizens in Athens in the classical period. To draft and adopt decrees, 6,000 of them had to attend the meeting. Citizens came from all over Attica's 10 districts to attend the meetings of the Ecclesia. The meeting was presided over by an executive council called the Prytanes. Every session began with a sacrifice to Zeus Agoreos, the patron of the assembly. During the meeting, citizens delivered speeches from the Pnyx's platform on whatever issues the city. The Ecclesia made important decisions about subjects like grain importation, expenses, and declarations of war. While they could not directly enact laws, they had a say in appointing Athens' legislators, which gave them a large role in shaping the city's daily operations. While some citizens only participated in the sessions of the ecclesia, others could become more involved in democracy as magistrates. Magistrates were elected from among Athenian citizens over 30. They were often successful orators and charismatic politicians, and they held much more sway over important decisions than the average citizen. One of the most famous magistrates was Pericles, who was so popular, he held his position for 15 years. In theory, every Athenian citizen over the age of 20 had the right to participate in the assembly. However, some of them lived far from the city, and others could not financially afford to miss a day of work to attend meetings. For these reasons, the city introduced a special allowance called a misthos ecclesiastikos, obols, but the politician Cleon raised it to 3. Athens introduced several innovations that heavily influenced modern society, including theater, architecture, and philosophy. However, Their greatest contribution was their democratic government, which introduced the concept of a city ruled by its citizens. The decision to adopt democracy as a government, a choice made in 508 BCE, shaped civilization as we know it and continues to affect us today.
Κατενεχείρισα των περιδερέων της θυγατρός μου.
Hello again, Wanderer. I trust you appreciated learning about the inner workings of the city. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Then let's start with a simple question. Athens' general population was believed to be around 300,000, but only a keep trying. Yes, there were approximately 30,000 citizens in Athens, although the population as a whole was much larger. On to the second question. Who of the following was a famous Athenian magistrate? Yes, Pericles was an extremely popular magistrate who managed to keep his position for 15 years. Only one question left. What does the word Pnyx mean? People may have met at... Correct. The Pnyx was usually crowded with citizens attending meetings of the Ecclesia. You know enough about democracy. Very well. Farewell, Wanderer.
Γίνεστε αξιοπρεπείς. Μη παραμένεις λιμένας και... Λέγωση, η εμεί εξαδέλφη. Κατενεχείρισα των περιδερέων.
Τι γίνεται? Συνεκτιμήσετε όντως το απροσδόκητον του πελάτου και τεμελιώσετε τα δεδομένα. Και μετά...
Μετά διπαριστάνε το άλογο σε αυτό.
Greetings, wanderer. It is marks or famous battle sites, but through a typical Athenian home. I can shelter myself from the noise and stress of city life. For an outgoing people like the Greeks, the house was a refuge of privacy. Inside, they could escape from the constant demands of civic life to enjoy the simple pleasures of family life. Look for me when you are done, and we can discuss the things you've seen. Farewell for now.
The house, or oikos, was a residence for Greek families and their slaves. Contrary to modern houses, which look outward, the Greek household was built to look inward on a courtyard. The courtyard was the house's central fixture. It was the building's main source of daylight, and also the location of religious altars dedicated to worship. The building itself was made up of familiar accommodations, including bedrooms, storage rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. Women were generally in charge of tending to the home, which in Greece was called oikonomia, a term that inspired the modern word economy. A pasta was a corridor that connected a house's courtyard to its residential section. Archaeological evidence from the city of Olynthos reveals that pastas were added to Greek home design. Greeks had no qualms about combining their work and their private lives, and many of them worked from home. Artisans like blacksmiths, sculptors, and potters often had workshops in their houses. Some even operated small stores to sell their work. Similarly, doctors were known to treat patients in special offices located in their homes. Women also worked in the house and were responsible for making textiles, as well as producing clothes and supervising weaving, which was carried out by slaves. If the household was wealthy enough, they could even produce a surplus of textiles to sell in times of financial difficulty. The inner courtyard was the nexus of the house. Functionally, it allowed air to circulate and also provided access to most of the rooms. It also sometimes housed a well or a cistern that collected rainwater. In the center of the courtyard was an altar to Zeus Hercules, who served as the protector of the household. Women would often use the space to sew and cook, while children used it as a play area. Furthermore, if the family had pets or animals, the courtyard was where they were allowed to run free. The bathroom was located in the back of the house. Much like today, it was used for cleaning and washing, although the Greeks used chamber pots instead of toilets. Most bathrooms had a luterion that could be filled with water in the bathroom, along with small vases called arebaloi, which were usually filled with perfume or oil. Greek homes had kitchens where the family's meals were prepared. The Greeks did not often eat meat, except during special occasions like banquets or after sacrifices. They had mainly a grain-based diet, eating staples such as bread, porridge, food, as well as fruits, vegetables, goat milk and cheese, and olive oil. Food was cooked on a tripod, or sometimes in a klibanos, which was a sort of mobile oven. Other cooking implements included braziers, mortars and pestles, a spit to hold food over a fire, platters, and frying pans. Symposia were major social institutions in Greece. They were drinking parties held exclusively for men. The party took place in the men's section of the house, the andron, where residents and guests reclined on special couches called klinai. Food was served on low tables set in front of the symposium. Men drank, sang, had philosophical discussions, and played games like kotobos. Musicians, dancers, and even courtesans were often welcomed to attend as well. However, wives and daughters were always excluded.
Διαλέγομαι έναν τούτο άλοθη, μάλλον ιδιωτικό.
The Pyrgos, or upper stories, was the women's quarter of the house, where they could pursue their activities and observe the city without being seen themselves. The rooftops were also used in a special rite called the Adonia, a private celebration held in honor of Adonis, which was reserved for women. At the beginning of spring, women filled terracotta pots with soil and lettuce seeds, then climbed a ladder to place the pots on the rooftop. These pots served as the women's very own gardens of Adonis.
I hope you now have a better understanding of the routines and home life of the Greek people. What would you like to do next? Then let's start with a simple question. Which group of people celebrated the Adonia? Men did have exclusive parties, but they were called symposia. The Adonia was not celebrated by pets. Children preferred playing in the courtyard to planting seeds in pots. Try again. Correct. The Adonia was celebrated by women of all stations. Let's move on to the next question. Which of the following was known as the protector of the household? Keep trying, though. No, this but... Yes, Zeus had yard. On to the final question. Which of the following was not located in the bathroom? I'm afraid mirrors were quite common in bathrooms. Correct! The Klivanos... It seems you Farewell, wanderer, and thank you for visiting my city.
Καλώς. Άρτη επίσης.
Επικαλούμε σε
τριών βαθμίδων. Δις είναι πληγής ιδεότητος του απροσδόκητου του πελάτη.
Ο νέας σχολείας που εγώ σπανείς. Καλώς. Όσοι ήρθιστε τα διαλέγομαι.
Αληθές εστί.
Κατανοώ ότι...
Ναι, όμως γάμος.
Ήκουεσαν ότι η θυγάτη μου...
Επικαλούμε σε Μάκαρ, πολυώνυμε, πυρίπολε και τελετάρχα, Θεόν Πάτερ δε και Ιε. Μόνο όταν το επιχείρημα. Ή να σταθεί εν
Welcome, wanderer, to one of the most prestigious places in Greece, the theater. I think it's best to let the actors speak for themselves. The theater was where audiences gathered to watch plays. They were the highest form of art in Greece, and people saw theater as a symbol of complete harmony between the mortal world and the divine. When you're done taking in the sights and sounds, come see me, and we'll talk more. Until then...
Η τραγωδία κινείται με...
Theater is not just part of geek culture, but was a major part of Greek culture. In Athens, between 536 and 533 BCE, theater's burgeoning importance in Athens was demonstrated when the responsibility of organizing tragedies was entrusted to the archon, the highest-ranking magistrate in the city. From then on, theater grew rapidly in popularity, and soon, a permanent space for performing and watching plays was built on the slope of the Acropolis. During the 5th century BCE, theater became intertwined with Athens' democracy. It often functioned as an echo chamber for political ideas. In BCE, Plato coined the term theatrocracy to describe his city's politics.
Μόνον όταν το επιχείρημα δομείται... Ή να σταθεί εν επιχείρημα δύο οι όροι ισί, το γίγνωσκεν και το επίσταστε εξή.
Εν μόνον.
Η τραγωδία κινείται...
παρίσταση.
Theatrical competitions were held in the sanctuary of Dionysus Eleutherius, god of wine and patron of drama. Dionysus was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Semele. Stories say that Zeus, who had fallen in love with Semele, appeared to her holding a lightning bolt in his hand. Semele was tragically struck dead by the lightning, but Zeus managed to save her unborn child, keeping to mean born twice. In Athens, theater was a part of the cult of Dionysus, and stage productions in the god's honor were held during festivals like the Linnaea and the Great Dionysia. In Athens, there were 3 festivals that honored Dionysus with drama performances: the rustic Dionysias, the Linnaea, and the Great Dionysia. For the rustic Dionysia, each deme of Attica meant to signify fertility, and participants wore drunkard masks and sang bawdy lyrics about the god. The Linnaea was the oldest Dionysian festival. It was exclusively reserved for Greek citizens and mostly made up of comedy performances over several days. It began with a parade called a phallophori, followed by a dithyramb contest, and ending with consecrated drama competitions. The Great Dionysia was supervised by the head magistrate known as the Archon, rich Athenian citizens responsible for providing the budget for rehearsals and performances. 2 days before the Dionysia, a ceremony began in earnest with a procession to the god's temple, followed by sacrifices and a symposium. The next 2 days centered on dithyramb contests, while the final 4 days were dedicated to drama competitions. The contests' outcomes were decided by 10 judges who were appointed at random by the Archon. The judges placed their votes in an urn, and 5 of the votes were random. Athenian stage actors were male, regardless of whether they were playing men or women. Tragedies originally featured only one actor performing alongside a chorus, eventually reaching a maximum of 4. Adding more roles opened up the opportunity for dramatic dialogue. During performances, they prepared themselves in the skene, a building that served as a backstage area before emerging onto the proskenion, or stage. The skene could be painted to represent backdrops like palaces. Buds could be moved around with a crane called a mechane, which produced spectacular visual effects. On stage, actors wore masks and elaborate costumes. For tragedies, they were adorned with magnificent clothes, while for comedies, actors playing male characters wore hugely exaggerated phalluses, probably to maximize the laughs. Or dancing place. It was a large, circular area that hosted choral performances, religious rites, and presumably, acting. As long as they were selected by the chorus director. End of the play. New costumes and masks were produced for the chorus for every new play, and they were often just as impressive and elaborate as the performances. For example, Aristophanes' comedies feature the chorus dressing as wasps, frogs, birds, clouds, and islands. One of his plays, The Knights, even had men riding other men dressed as horses. Athens' Theatron, or performance space, could seat up to 17,000 people, nearly a tenth of the population of Attica. Its excellent acoustics made it ideal for drama, but it was also sometimes used for political meetings and parades. The theater was accessible to everybody. This did not mean that seating was free, though. The first rows were normally where priests and public officials sat, while the central part of the auditorium was reserved for ambassadors and guests of honor. There is also evidence that men and women sat separately. In general, theater audiences were emotional and noisy. During performances, they would shout, curse, and throw things depending on their mood, and their reactions were just as much a part of the experience as the acting.
Hello again, Wanderer. I hope your visit was entertaining. Theater, which provided a unique experience with every performance. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Really? Then let's begin. Who was Dionysos' mother? Coronis was Asclepios' mother. Hera was Zeus's sister wife, but Dionysos was not her child. No, Aristophanes was a playwright and a mortal before her son was born, but Zeus saved the unborn baby and raised him as a god. Next, another question. Which competitions took place on the second and third days of the Great Dionysia? Yes, the Thyrambvi were hymns dedicated to Dionysos, and the Thyrambos contests were held on the second and third days of the festival. And finally, the last question. Which of the following is the rustic Dionysia? The Adonia was dedicated to... You are correct. The Linnea was... Congratulations! Then I will leave you be. Farewell, Wanderer.
Γίνεται με τα αλληλουχίας και το επιχείρημα αυτό καθ' αυτό έχει την ιστορία. Ο Εκέμβρον αναγνωρεί του.
φέρει την Ιλιάδα φορετικά.
Μεγαλώνει και πολιώνει, τονία και θηροφθόνη.
Παρίστανε το άλλο σε αυτόν. Πού αλλού ευρίσκεται η γνώση, η μη πάρεξ, ότι ο
Εν τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας ένεκε. Τραγωδία εκλαμβάνει.
Καλούμε σε μάκαρ πολιών με πυρίκολε και τελετάρθα Θεόν Πάτερη.
Οι χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας ένεκε. Τραγωδία ανέρεσης εστί. Εστιμιασμός μυτιόμενος ή να κλονίσει την ισορροπία του πνεύματος. Τας γυναίκας διαπέχει.
Μεγαλώνει με
Καλούμε σε μάκαρ
Τραγωδία ανέρεσης εστί. Εστιμιασμός μυτιόμενος ή να κλονίσει την ισορροπία του πνεύματος. Τας γυναίκας διαπέχει.
Τότε δίμεταν και γάνενζι. Αλλά τρέχομενοι στους τραγικούς της δομής τάφησεν.
κοσμήματα στην αγορά.
Greetings, wanderer, and welcome to the Acropolis, the shining jewel of Athens. If not the greatest place in all of Greece. Though, considering it was the project of my partner, Pericles, I may be a touch biased. The Acropolis of Athens is a bastion of art and culture worthy of the gods themselves. Within this citadel, you will find many important sacred buildings, as well as you are in for a very enlightening visit. When you're done, come find me, and we can discuss the things you have seen. Farewell for now.
Τι συνέβη μόλις?
The Acropolis has gone through many changes in its long history. It began as a simple rock, was settled as early as the Neolithic period, and then became a fortress in the Mycenaean period. Ruins remain visible today, date mainly from a period of construction in the 5th century BCE. The location of the Acropolis is closely tied with Athens' foundation myth. Supposedly, it was the site where Athena and Poseidon competed for the city's patronage. This connection gave the Acropolis a sacred aura, and it was considered the religious heart of the city.
Πόπο ύπρον το πεδίο. Τα ημάτια διερριγμένα, το σώμα με λένε το χρώμα. Έικαιος που προανάβει το καλό. Καιρόν εστιάται ο πεδισμένο. Πού με ακούς, λέγω συζητικάτες μεταφούρους.
Αδύνατον εστί, άγια και φέρει πλειάδα χορευτών. Και παράστηκε η νική με τα σμάρτα.
The temple of Athena Nike was built on the remains of old fortifications from the Mycenaean era, destroyed during the Greco-Persian Wars a century later. It was rebuilt during the Peloponnesian War. Given that the name Athena Nike roughly means Athena of victory, it was likely constructed in the hopes that Athens would win the war. Unusually, the temple depicts historical scenes of battles against the Persians instead of the more among the Athenians, and received a salary of 50 drachmae annually, along with skins and trophies from sacrificed animals.
Άγια και φέρει πλειάδα χορευτών. Και παράστηκε η νική με τα σμάρτα. Καλόν ανίον πιστικών εχθρών συνοδείας χάρη.
Μόνον όταν το επιχείρημα δομείται πιστικών, τότε δίνεται αν κερδάνε ενσύς. Ανατρέχομαι στους τραγικούς της δομής ταύτης και Μα δύο οι όροι ισχύει. Το γυμνός και το επίσταστε.
Small part to its partial destruction during the Greco-Persian Wars. It was in the 5th century BCE, though, that the Acropolis received its most significant improvements. This period was an extremely prosperous time for Athens, both financially and culturally. With a booming economy bolstered by trade and the Lavrion silver mines, Pericles, the leader of Athens, financed a huge project to rebuild the citadel. He enlisted the help of renowned artists, like the sculptor Phidias, as well as the architects Iktinos, the gateway. Pericles' goal was to make the Acropolis into a glorious monument to the gods and to mortal Athenians.
Η τραγωδία κινείται μεταξύ τριών βαθμίδων. Δι συνεκτιμήσε δεόντως το απροσδόκητο του πελάτου και τε θεμελιώσει τα δεδομένα και μετά...
Μετά τι παρίστανε το άλγος αυτόν. Πού αλλού ευρίσκεται η γνώση συνήθως.
Διασχιζούσες Ιον το σώμα.
Λείψω με δάνειον την αδύναμη από...
Behind Athena, who fights on the front lines. That name was reflected in the spear and schist Phidias. According to an inscription, it took 9 years to make and cost almost 500,000 drachmae. At approximately 10 meters tall, the statue was apparently so large that Pausanias claimed its helmet and spear tip could be seen from the sea near Cape Sunion, 60 kilometers away. The ornamentation on the statue's shield was engraved by the metalsmith Mies.
Και παρεχόμενα αυτόν...
Καλώνει και πολιώνει φωνία και πόνε φιλαθρότη και
The Eraphoroi were young girls between the ages of 7 citizens, from which the High Magistrate, the Archon Basileus, chose 2 to serve as Eraphoroi for the year. The girls lived in a house on the Acropolis. They were in charge of carrying sacred objects and weaving the peplos of Athena. The honor.
Τι συνέβη μόλις?
Εστί ιστορία ταύτη.
The Erechtheion was an atypical temple. It was dedicated not only to Athena Polias, but also to Kekrops, the mythical founder of Athens, of the city. The temple was divided into sections. The eastern part housed a statue dedicated to Athena, while the western section jointly belonged to Poseidon and Erechtheus. Meanwhile, King Kekrop's grave was believed to be under the Caria. The snakes may have had a sweet tooth because the priestesses of Athena allegedly fed them honey cakes.
Πάβει να αποστείλουν τις εδώ.
Επικαλούμε σε...
Πίστα όταν η μήτηρη κλείνει.
The Parthenon is one of the most well-known buildings in the world and an enduring symbol of ancient Greek civilization. While it is located on the Acropolis, the building is not a traditional temple. It was built by the sculptor Phidias and the architects Callicrates and Ictinus as a great monument carvings. One of the most carved monuments in Greek architecture, the Parthenon's decorations depict several mythological scenes. These include the birth of Athena, her fight against Poseidon for the patronage of Athens, the gods' battle with the giants, and the procession of the great Panathenaea.
προς χάριν σου και νύχη την ιδέα σου.
The Parthenon's inner chamber, or cella, contained a massive statue of Athena that was considered to be one of the sculptor Phidias's greatest masterpieces. The statue was chryselephantine, a combination of gold and ivory. To justify the steep cost of its construction, Pericles told Athenians that the statue was a gold reserve, which could be disassembled in times of economic distress, humidity, which helped preserve the statue's ivory.
Φωνία και θυροκτώνε φυλαγό.
Athens' treasury was located in the Parthenon, where it was believed to be protected by Athena herself. The treasury contained objects of great value, acquired from different conquests, as well as a mass of the entirety of the Delian League's treasure to the Parthenon in 454 BCE. This was a great testament to Athens' power over the rest of Greece. The riches were divided into two parts, the Demosia, which belonged to the city, and the Hiera Cremata, which was dedicated to the goddess and only used for religious purposes.
And what did you think of the Acropolis? It truly is quite something, isn't it? A sacred sanctuary and an architectural marvel, all in one. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. You're confident enough for a test? Very well. Let us see how much you know. Which two gods competed for Athens' patronage? Correct. It was Poseidon and on to the next question. Who sculpted the statue of Athena in the Parthenon? Correct. The renowned sculptor Phidias made the statue, which was considered one of his masterpieces. And now, the final question. Which king's tomb was believed to be under the caryatid porch? I'm afraid not. Menelaos. That is correct. Kekrops was the mythological first king of Athens, and his tomb was said to be under the Erechtheion. It seems you know much about this place. We'll each other again soon.
Επικαλούμε σε
Ο Περεδικίξο, κρατέα.
Η τραγωδία διαφωνεί.
Επικαλούν τάρτα.
Τι είστε όταν η μητήρη πλημμύρης?
Εν μόνον πράγμα τελείται. Η μεταλόγου εξήγηση των συστήματος κοινών και αναπόδρασες εκβάσεις έτοιμες λιπτένοι έμεινες.
Και μετά...
Μετά βι παριστάνε
Ποιος εμέ περιπέσει.
Η στρούσα βρωτών ψυχάς μεγάλου ρεύμα.
Υπάρχει συστάς αστέρων υγρενόντων.
Ακριβώς. Ήταν.
Σάρα.
Μεγαλώνει με και πολιώνει με. Συμφωνία και πυροκτώνει. Εις πετώ το βίο. Μεγαλώνει με και πολιώνει.
Μεγαλώνει με και πολιώνει.
Πολυλίστο.
εσύ μη λέγεις. Ποιος σου
Είναι εκκληματία.
Ίσως ο ήλιος με τα βγάζει.
Welcome to Athens. Sometimes, when the burdens of life begin to weigh heavy on my shoulders, I come here, close my eyes, and surrender myself to the music, to lullaby. The Odeon was where musicians came to share their songs with the public. The melodies played here caught the wind and drifted through the air, soothing the souls of Athenians across the city. Come find me when your visit is complete, and we will talk about the things you've learned. See you soon, wanderer.
Music, play, public gathering, rubbing elbows at a dinner party, laying out offerings in a temple, or marching into battle, there was a song for everything. Aristotle even wrote that music increased working at a steady rhythm. Musical contests, they became cultural events in their own right and attracted musicians and spectators from all over the Greek world. For example, the Athenian Panathenaea festival featured competitions for instrument playing and poetry recitation. The Dionysia festival included contests between groups of male singers to see who could best perform a dithyramb, a merry hymn in honor of the god Dionysus. While these contests could be attended by all, women weren't allowed to compete in them, and an ego boost for their talents. But from the Hellenistic period onward, the rewards were upgraded to cash prizes. These prizes were large enough for musicians to make a fortune, especially if they moved from festival to festival. The Odeon of Pericles was built sometime between the 440s and 430s BCE. The building was commissioned by Pericles for use in the Panathenaea festival. The Odeon was also a venue for poetry readings, political rallies, and philosophical performances. According to ancient sources, the original design of the Odeon was inspired by the tent of the Persian king Xerxes, a spoil of war the Athenians salvaged after their decisive victory at Salamis in 480 BCE. The building's roof was made of timber from captured Persian ships. In this sense, the Odeon was both a triumph, was considered one of the grandest architectural accomplishments of ancient Athens. In ancient Greece, there was a type of music for almost any occasion. Complicated songs, and as such, were usually played during religious ceremonies and civic life. Meanwhile, a hymneus was a song performed at weddings, and a threnody accompanied funeral processions. For more merry occasions like symposia, scholia were the soundtrack of choice. However, drama was considered the epitome of artistic expression, since it combined songs with poetry, dance, acting, and costumes. Plays were thought to be the connection between mortals and gods, and the songs that accompanied them, especially those...
Απλώς...
μεταξύ τριών βαθμίδων. Δι συνεκτιμήσε δεόντως το απροσδόκητο του πελάτου.
Hello again. I trust your visit was worthwhile, and that learning of music was a feast for your mind. I know it was for mine. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Fancy yourself an expert on music? Then let's put your knowledge to the test. Which of the following songs was played at weddings? Which of the following... Correct. Imeneos was performed at weddings to wish the couple a happy and prosperous union. Let's move on to the second question. The Odeon of Pericles was modeled after spoils of war from which Athenian enemy? I'm afraid Atlantis did not actually exist, or at least not as... Athens would go to war with Macedonia in the 4th century BCE, almost 100... Given the Peloponnesian War between Sparta and Correct. Not only was the design based on the tent of the Persian king Xerxes, but the building's roof was made of wood from captured Persian ships. Only one question remains. According to Aristotle, music was especially important to which group of people? You are correct. Aristotle believed music improved certain motor skills, so it was played for field pickers and rowers to increase their work output. You definitely have an ear for music, Wanderer. I applaud you.
Amazing. You have now completed all available guided tours. Congratulations on your achievement and dedication to knowledge. We hope you have enjoyed your explorations into the rich history of ancient Greece. Even though you've done all the tours, there's still plenty left to see. There are hundreds of world stations to explore, mountains to climb, seas to swim, and sunsets to watch. Remember that you're welcome to return to guided tours at any time and replay your favorite ones. On behalf of the Assassin's Creed team, thanks for playing the Discovery Tour, and we hope to see you again soon.
Well, even though an episode is promised to be a one without a commentary, I have to put this as an outro, just to put lines. Well, basically saying this would be a conclusion to my marathon. Well, in the way I did it before. What do I mean? Allow me to explain. Well, what exactly do I mean by that? Is that I grew tired of this game. I tried to put record, even in plural records, which I expected to run through February. Well, I mean playthrough. Well, these ones were impacted by some weird technical issues after I was about to finish a record process. It's simply been stricken by this so-called curse. You know what I mean if you watched the previous episodes of this game. I recorded plenty of material. I went through each cultist. I defeated each cultist. I finished sequence 8. Cleaned a number of regions. Not that I came close, but I did a tremendous job to put through February, twice per week, each Saturday and each Wednesday. It was lost. An impact of these records, it was horrific. Basically saying, even when I tried to put a manipulation to stretch an episode, for example, I would record 3 hours, and the result would be something like 1 hour and 20 minutes. And the end result would contain all of 3 hours which I recorded, just sped up. And even though I tried to put a manipulation to slow down the tempo, I simply decided to give up. So I simply grew tired of this. It was about to finish. Well, the record session was about to finish on an episode which I intended originally to put on 1st of March. But all of this was broken. I don't know how it is going, why this happened exactly to this game, Odyssey. But after I saw that, I decided that enough is enough. So yeah, on this we'll conclude this marathon the way I was doing things, unfortunately, prematurely. So instead I will relaunch the marathon, but this time I will do in my native language. Alas, I will transfer all of the content of mine to my native language. I don't feel... well, basically saying if already 4 episodes per week, including AC, will be broadcasting in my native language, it will make just more sense that I will further utilize my native one from other games as well. Then I will relaunch marathons, basically Need for Speed 1 and AC 1. Yeah, when the time will come, me trying to conquer this game, I could only hope that attempt number 6 or 7 already will be more successful. But I'm not so sure about it. Still though, by the time when I will come to Odyssey, maybe I could afford more powerful PC, or maybe even a console. Maybe there is something wrong with the rig of mine, which I am currently using. I don't know. It's not the problem that, well, a record of me playing for 3 hours would be sped up to exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes, to exactly 1/2. If only this would be at the speed of 2x, this would be more simple. I would simply slow it down and that's it. But the problem is that some sections were saved, but some sections, this was unnaturally sped up, and because of that silly technical difficulties, no, I don't want to touch this game for a while. Maybe I'll finish this for myself, because again, I did a tremendous amount of work to put it throughout the February. Tens of hours of material recorded, me played through this game. And for myself, yeah, I played it. I know how it's done, but I don't know what's going on, but it simply was broken. I don't know what's the deal with the game. It wasn't about sweet effects. I deleted sweet effects. It didn't help. I reinstalled the game. It didn't help. Maybe there was something wrong with my rig. So yeah, this will be the end with the Leviathan. Yeah, I don't know who exactly would watch this, especially without main part being put, without the commentary of mine. You can simply go and run through this discovery tour by yourself, but nevertheless, I simply had to put a record straight. Yeah, also I wanted to record the my impressions of Legacy of the First Blade, but after that situation, I simply don't want to touch this game anymore. Well, in terms of recording it and putting the records on my channel. Maybe with an upgrade. Well, recently, I am recording this when recently RTX 50 series was announced, which would eventually make RTX 40 series cards more cheap. Currently I am on RTX 30 series graphics card. We shall see though. Now though, all I can say is sorry for premature rants, but that's the game. That's the way how this game works for me. That's the way how I simply have to finish this. Well, truth be told, not only this. I tried to run Origins as well. And Valhalla. I tried to run it as well. Thing is that while Valhalla was running okay, Origins simply is currently unplayable. I have an actual version of Windows 11. I heard the rumors about current update that it affected mythological prequels of AC. Maybe there is something to do with Windows 11 updates 24H2. Maybe, could be. But at the same time, while Odyssey is at the very least playable, Origins is unplayable at all. When I'm trying to launch the game, well, just to check, because, well, stats are saying that I finished Origins only for 99%, even though I cleaned everything. So when I tried to launch the game just to take a look at the map, after a few brief minutes, it would be simply crashing. I tried to launch it each time. I tried to put a whole different graphics setup via NVIDIA app, of course. It didn't help. Anything I would do, it simply make, in my game's Origins, crash. And basically, I am unable to simply record Odyssey. While I am saying this, it's simply brightened for me because, well, patch note for this update mentioned that there would be stuff for games recording and some sort of Microsoft's own DLSS or FSR super resolution would be implemented in this newest update. Maybe it would be, maybe it came with that. When I first began to record Odyssey, well, I never expected such issues. I began to record Odyssey sometimes in October last year. In November, I put an update. Afterwards, I began to record Odyssey episodes for December and January. After what? It simply went to be SOD. Well, end result. Such quality to be released, to be put, is unacceptable. For me personally as well. So, no, I don't want to touch it. So maybe, yeah, let's wait until Microsoft will fix that, but because of that, I simply have to change the policy of my channel. I simply have to start it all over. What else can I do? Basically nothing. So thanks for each and everyone who been during this long marathon of mine. I appreciate it, but it is time for me to reboot it and wait till better times will be coming. Thanks. Please don't hold any grudge. I'll try to put the subtitles, and if you are interested, in a reboot, even though I would provide commentary using my native language. You are always welcome, but as of now, all I can say is I wish you to have a nice day, stay healthy, and bye.